In a decaying back street of an ancient town under the drooping roofs of neglected structures, sat a man for whom hunger had been a companion longer than his very name. His garments were more recollection than cloth stitched together by dust and years. His gaze carried the dull fatigue of one who has lingered far past hope, awaiting a transformation that stubbornly never arrived. He pleaded for spare coins that could scarcely sustain him, extending his hand each day toward indifferent passers-by. For countless years, he kept the same post beside the same corroded tin cup and a wrinkled sign declaring, "Anything helps." Yet an unknown truth, hidden from everyone including him, lay directly beneath his seat, within the ragged wooden box he used as a stool. Under the very spot he occupied rested a chest filled with gold, not symbolic, not fanciful. Actual gold, minted, authoritative, and real. A trove that, once discovered, would have nourished him for all his days and lifted him into the ranks of the prosperous in his country. And still, he never lifted the lid. He never peered within. Not a single time. He was convinced the box contained nothing, convinced he himself possessed nothing, convinced that scarcity was his destiny. And thus he continued to beg. Dear heart, how many of us mirror this man's condition? How many were trained to petition for fragments of affection, meager droplets of supply and crumbs of happiness, while beneath the core of our being rests the gold of a divine inheritance. For ages we have perched upon the inexhaustible treasury of spirit, seated on a throne of grace, yet oblivious to our placement. It was not stolen. It was simply neglected, concealed behind shrouds of shame, anxieties, and the mirages of the world. Florence Shinn observed, man receives only that which he sees himself receiving. Thus, when your self-perception is poverty, deficiency, or unworthiness, you are unable to take hold of the wealth that already belongs to you. You are no alleyway supplicant, nor are you excluded from sacred favor. You are the offspring of the infinite heir to every good thing: love, well-being, prosperity, tranquility, gladness, guidance, and safeguarding. All of it has been readied on your behalf, not as wages to merit, but as an inheritance to receive. To live from your divine inheritance does not demand prolonged exertion. It requires instead a simple act of recollection, remembering who you are. Here lies the most subtle deceit of darkness, persuading God's children that they stand apart from their source. It rebranded lack as virtue, hardship as sanctity, and scarcity as prudence. Yet those teachings did not originate in heaven. They were authored by humans. Your innermost self understands the truth. Hence, despite relentless labor or constant pursuit, a muted dissatisfaction remains, a hush that murmurs, "This cannot be all." It is a yearning not for excess, but for the portion that has forever been yours. There is no disgrace in amnesia, no censure in spiritual slumber. The prodigal likewise ate among swine before he came back to the feast that was always his by birthright. You have not fallen behind, nor have you missed your moment. You are merely being summoned to awaken. Allow this instant to become your turning point. Can you sense it, the subtle pivot, that gentle inner rotation, as your spirit begins to recall its truth? Close your eyes briefly. Picture yourself like the man at the curb perched upon the weathered wooden box. Notice the chill, the soreness, the giving up that settles in. Now envision your hand moving not to plead, but to slip the corroded clasp free. The box creaks apart, and within it, light. Not merely gold, not merely valuables, but the entirety of what you believed was missing. And every bit of it bears your name as rightful owner. What might transform in your life if you recognize this as truth, if you accepted that sufficiency is already yours? No further pursuit, no further self-justification, no further pleading with life for gentleness. You would stand up. Your speech would shift, your stride would alter, and your expectations would be elevated. For abundance does not reside beyond you, it dwells within you. You entered the world already held by it, a spiritual bequest inscribed not on documents, but upon the scroll of your soul. To claim it is not conceit, it is alignment with reality. Permit the world to misread you and allow outdated beliefs to shake. Your purpose is not to win approval, but to receive revelation. What is asked of you now is not relentless effort, but awakening to truth. Whisper to yourself, I remember who I am. Repeat it once more, I claim my divine inheritance. Allow these declarations to break the seal on your soul's treasury. Permit your mind to unwind the falsehood that labeled you insufficient, and let your heart widen to accept what has forever been intended for you. For you are not a supplicant, nor abandoned, nor ruined. You are sacred royalty, and your appointed hour has arrived. Have you been perched upon your own treasure chest all along? Add your words below. I claim my inheritance. Once there lived a mariner weathered by countless voyages who was hurled into unknown waters by a swift and violent squall. The gale ripped his chart to tatters and shredded his sails like fragile parchment under the fury of the sky. The constellations, his longtime companions, vanished behind dense cloud. Thus, when the uproar subsided, he floated aimlessly, unsure, solitary, and afraid. The ocean murmured in tongues he barely remembered. Swells rose and fell without pause, yielding neither markers nor harbors nor assurance. Dread descended upon his chest and fastened there like a heavy anchor. He spun about in all directions, straining to recollect his origin. West appeared indistinguishable from east, and north wore the face of desolation. Yet amid the debris secured to the splintered helm, a small brass compass remained steady, unwavering, still pointing the way. At the outset, he sneered. What good is a compass when the very world seems ruined, when every structure around you has collapsed? He waved off the quiet needle's counsel and pivoted his craft by instinct, by anxiety, and by faint recollections of routes long past. However, the more he rejected guidance, the farther he strayed. The current tugged with greater force. The waters turned chill. Each attempt at control drove him still farther from any shore. At last, standing at the boundary between fatigue and yielding, he set a shaking hand upon the compass. He observed the device, steady, utterly unmoved. Its pointer held its post, north. Then something within him broke open, not from terror, but from awe and respect. It had never ceased its work, neither amid the tempest, nor during his forgetfulness, nor even when he defied it outright. The compass had endured faithful and constant. Therefore, he obeyed it uncertain of the destination, and discovering he did not need certainty to proceed. In due time, the cloud cover thinned, the stars reappeared, and the rim of the world unfurled to reveal the glowing outline of home. Dearest soul, you also carry a compass within. It is forged of neither brass nor steel. It does not dangle from your neck nor lie in your hand. It resides inside you, profound, sacred, and steadfast, beyond wavering. Its name is divine direction. In all thy ways, acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. Proverbs 3:6. This is no mere ornament of language, it is a spiritual principle and law. As surely as gravity holds you to the earth, divine direction holds you in alignment. As inevitably as sunrise, your soul recognizes its route. Yet you must attend to it, rely upon it, and yield yourself to its guidance. You see countless people mistake motion for advancement. They pack their hours with lists, chores, and choices curated by reason or anxiety. They pursue opportunity as though it exists only outside them forever, slightly beyond their grasp. Yet absent guidance from the divine, such strain resembles rowing in a loop, rapid, draining, and fruitless. The inner compass of spirit does not shout. It speaks in a quiet undertone. It shows up as a gentle nudge when an apparently gleaming door somehow feels misaligned in your chest. It is the inward peace that arrives when you take a courageous step that may contradict logic, yet resonates as divinely correct. It is the friction you meet when you attempt to impose your own schedule over sacred timing. It is the recurring dream, the idea that refuses to depart the inner stirring that pulls you toward transformation. You are not obligated to solve the entirety of your existence. Your task is simply to consult your compass. Guidance arrives not through straining, but through recognition and reverence. In all thy ways, acknowledge him. When you stop to inquire, not from alarm, but from trust, Spirit responds. Florence Shinn said faith knows it has already received and acts accordingly. Therefore, allow your compass to lead even when it withholds the full chart, even when observers cannot comprehend your turn, even when you lack an explanation, but possess unshakable inner knowing. For here is the sacred truth: the compass comprehends more than any map ever can. Maps are the work of human hands. Compasses arise from heaven's design. And where maps demand advanced knowledge of the entire path, the compass requests only the immediate right step. When you respect and take that single step, the mist begins to lift. And suddenly, where you once wandered lost, you discover yourself found and oriented. Let us take a holy pause, beloved soul. Draw a long breath, quiet the chattering mind. Inquire inwardly, where is my compass directing me now? The answer may arrive as a sensation, a recollection, a single word, the name of someone, or a delicate suggestion of a destination you have yearned for, or a creation you have long desired to bring forth. Do not hurry it and do not coerce it. The compass is understated yet persistent and sure. And if silence remains for a time, trust this much: the simple act of asking has already begun to pivot your craft. The pointer is aligning. The heading is adjusting. Your vessel is beginning to ride the current of the divine. You need not foresee the destination. You need only continue to follow faithfully. Every worthy voyage commences thus with a consecrated turning of the heart. So I pose this question to you. Now, have you ever experienced disorientation or felt adrift even after pouring in great effort? Was there an instant, perhaps subtle and easily missed, when you recognized your inner compass attempting to communicate with you? If that has occurred, I welcome you to voice it, not to solicit solutions, but to affirm your experience. By articulating our course corrections, we strengthen and enlarge our confidence in guidance. Your way is not located in the past. It lies ahead, vital, unfolding, and carrying blessing. You are not required to chisel the route yourself. Your task is simply to follow the way that is being revealed. Place your trust in the inner compass. It has not failed you. It has merely been waiting patiently for your attentive listening. Society gives standing ovations to the worn out. It distributes honors to the burned out cheers, the chronically overcommitted, and quietly endorses those who sacrifice their peace on the altar of output. The message is relentless. Unless you are grinding, you are not improving. Unless you are exhausted, you are somehow insufficient. And thus, we run. We wake, carrying the burden of incomplete lists, swallowing coffee and guilt in similar quantities. We pursue objectives not born of spirit, but motivated by a fear of stillness. For stillness risks exposing what is true, that much of our exertion serves as a mask covering the deeper fear that our worth requires constant proof. Consequently, we hustle and perspire, fracturing ourselves in pursuit of visions conceived not by spirit, but by comparison. We lean into the locked door with ever greater force, convinced that a final heave will finally release it. But tell me, have you ever witnessed a river grind? No. A river moves by flowing, and yet it arrives at the sea without fail. The river does not sprint toward its end. It adheres to a path shaped by divine order, by gravity, and by a landscape that gives way. It advances with grace, with effortlessness, and with undeniable strength. In the same manner, so must you proceed. Hustle is a construct produced by a mind governed by fear. Flow is the birthright of a soul in alignment. Allow me to relate a narrative. There was once a woman, Leora, who longed to create something of substance. She crammed her calendar with networking conversations, seminars, and planning sessions. She agreed to nearly every request, convinced that one of these commitments would inevitably produce the breakthrough she desired. Yet the more tasks she undertook, the more hollow she felt within. Nights brought insomnia, joy evaporated, and her body quietly pleaded enough, which she muted by adding even more meetings, more stimulants, and additional exertion. Then one day, her voice, her most essential instrument, disappeared. Physicians diagnosed stress-related laryngitis. Take a week off, they instructed. Yet the prescribed week became a season of revelation. In quiet, she finally perceived the voice from which she had been fleeing. Not her literal speaking voice, but the voice of her soul. It spoke, "You are never meant to hustle. You are meant to trust. You were never intended to chase. You were created to follow the river's flow." Therefore, she took the unexpected step. She canceled her obligations, disconnected, and ceased all grinding. Within that holy pause, the divine imparted clarity she had previously been too occupied to receive. An entirely new idea arrived, originating not from strategy, but from spirit. She pursued it in peace rather than in panic. And in a matter of months, the creation conceived in stillness produced greater abundance than years of intense hustle had ever yielded. Florence Shinn reminds us man can only receive what he sees himself receiving. He must be careful to see only the divine plan, for that is all the divine gives. The perpetual grind is not the divine plan. Certainly, action holds sanctity, but only when it proceeds from inspired guidance rather than anxiety. Hustle elevates sheer exertion, whereas flow honors alignment and attunement. When you are aligned, movement occurs not by force you exert, but by the magnetism you become. Still, we resist rest and dread surrender, trained by the world to equate stillness with idleness or lack of worth. Spirit teaches the reverse. Stillness is potency. In stillness, guidance becomes audible, strength is renewed, and miracles are assembled. Consider the caterpillar. It does not grind itself into wings. It enters a cocoon. It yields, and after yielding it, takes flight. Your purpose is not to loop endlessly like a hamster on a wheel, dizzy with activity, yet stationary in result. You are here to move with grace like a river flowing toward destiny, like wings unfolding into the open air. Therefore, I ask again, what might unfold if you abandoned the grind? What gifts could be awaiting you within the sanctified pause? Draw a breath, now deep and steady. Let it remind you that life is not a contest of speed. Your soul is not delayed, and there is nothing to outrun, only something to align with. When you honor this reality, your motion ceases to be driven by panic and becomes animated by purpose. You no longer force doors. You knock in faith, you listen attentively, and at the proper time, they open without strain. Let go of the myth that depletion is somehow sacred. Sacredness resides in alignment in peace and joy, and in the serene assurance that Spirit labors on your behalf, even during your rest. You are permitted to act within flow, to receive with ease, and to place your trust fully. Therefore, beloved, I extend this invitation, pause and breathe. What possibilities might emerge if you ceased the grind? Picture a vast river, broad, profound, and age-old. It does not contend with the stones that appear before it, nor does it battle the banks that shape its course. It simply moves and flows on. Through its steady motion, it gradually softens and erodes even mountains. By yielding to its path, it patiently sculpts valleys into the earth. Through gentle persistence, it becomes a force that forms the very landscape. This illustrates the genuine strength that resides in non-resistance. We have been misled to believe that real power demands combat, that true strength requires pushing, debating, and defending. Yet Florence Shinn taught resist not evil, not as a call to apathy, but as an opening into sacred higher power. Consider this resistance sustains what you oppose. Battling energizes what you fight, but what you allow and release has room to transmute. There was a man called Elias who longed for a life wider than the one he inhabited. He prayed each day, made affirmations, visualized, and filled journals. He articulated abundance, yet held those words with a tight, controlling grip. Whenever progress slowed, he redoubled his efforts. When doors shut, he shoved harder. When obstacles appeared, he battled fiercely and labeled the struggle determination. However, the more he pushed against life, the more life seemed to push back. Chances quietly evaporated, relationships pulled back, and carefully crafted plans unraveled. This continued until one day he collapsed to his knees, not conquered, but utterly spent. "I surrender," he murmured as tears streamed like rivulets down his cheeks. "I no longer know what to do." In that tender, hushed, and truthful moment, an inner turning occurred. He ceased warring with reality. He released his resistance to delay, to uncertainty, and to the quiet spaces. He chose to let go. And through that release, flow came back to him. Phone calls arrived, ideas opened like flowers, his body began to mend, and his home resonated with renewed laughter. This shift did not come from figuring everything out. It came from relinquishing the urge to force outcomes. He stepped into Spirit's current, and in a few months, it bore him farther than years of strenuous striving had managed. Such is the quiet potency of non-resistance. It is not a frailty. It is a form of wisdom. It is not capitulation to disorder. It is alignment with higher divine order. The world conditions you to tighten your grip, while Spirit trains you to open your hands and heart. Resistance proclaims, this should not be occurring. Non-resistance answers. If it has arrived, there is meaning and purpose in it. Resistance insists I must hold control. Non-resistance replies, I choose to trust. Florence frequently described the boomerang effect. What we project returns. Fear calls back. More fear, opposition, summons more resistance, yet faith extended outward beckons the miraculous back to us. Non-resistance is not indifference. It is the most elevated expression of spiritual assurance. By choosing non-resistance, you communicate to the universe, I trust the unfolding. I trust that what I let go returns transformed. I trust that what belongs to me does not need to be coerced. Let us turn our attention once more to the river. Envision yourself at the water's edge, gripping a large branch with white knuckles. You long to be carried downstream and to feel ease, yet you cannot move with the current until you release your hold. Therefore, the invitation is this: not to leap recklessly, but to loosen your grip and release. The current itself will bear you forward. You may not glimpse the destination, yet Spirit knows the end point. You will not be overwhelmed. You will be lifted and rise. Allow me to share a personal account. I once lived through a season in which everything halted, opportunities evaporated, finances seized up, and each plan I made came apart. I declared, affirmed, and envisioned, yet beneath all that I continued to clutch at control. I insisted that Spirit honor my schedule and that outcomes appear in the form I preferred. And nothing arrived. Then one morning, drained and vulnerable, I spread my hands open and admitted I no longer know. I release everything, and my surrender was genuine. Within a few days, the landscape changed. A letter landed, an old connection resurfaced, and what I had pursued for months came to me without effort, pressure, or push. I wept in gratitude and relief, not merely because the manifestation was beautiful, though it was, but because comprehension finally dawned. The power had never resided in forcing. It had always lived in opening and allowing. You are not required to battle to obtain your blessing. Your task is to receive it openly. You do not need to persuade the universe. You need to come into alignment with it. Resistance resembles a dam constructed to contain command and hold all motion still. Yet dams fracture and split. When they do, waters surge uncontrollably. Non-resistance is the river itself, adaptable, moving, trusting, and it unfailingly arrives where it is meant to go. What circumstance or feeling have you been bracing against? Is it a delay, a grief, or an unexpected redirection? What if that exact experience is your sacred detour? What if the pause is protective and the apparent no is a holy not yet? Spirit's sight reaches beyond your vision. Spirit's design outstrips your logic, and Spirit's love runs deeper than your anxiety. Therefore, beloved, inhale slowly and fully. Gently close your eyes. Notice the places within you that are tense and clenched. Observe exactly where you are holding on too tightly, and then release your grip. Speak these words aloud. I release resistance. I trust divine order. I open to the flow. Allow these phrases to move over you like water melting barriers you scarcely realized you had erected. This is not capitulation. This is offering your course over to higher wisdom. It is entrusting yourself to a power wiser than your intellect, more affectionate than your strategies, and more generous than anything you anticipated. That power, whether you name it God, Spirit, or Source, knows your needs intimately and the path by which to fulfill them. Release not to forfeit control, but to enter true alignment. From such alignment, miracles open gently like petals unfurling in the sun. Write "I release" as a present moment practice of non-resistance. Your flow already awaits you. Your river stands ready to carry you forward. Deep within, there exists a sanctuary, an ancient quiet, predating time itself, untouched by fear and unscarred by disappointments. This inner sanctuary is the dwelling place of faith, not the kind of faith bound to doctrine or dogma, nor the rote lines repeated by habit when circumstances grow difficult. Rather, it is the faith that regards the unseen as more substantial than visible evidence, the faith that does not quake in darkness because it knows the sun continues to shine beyond the clouded veil. This is the bedrock, the essential foundation upon which everything else stands. Florence Shinn affirmed faith is expectancy. You expect the things you do not see. And indeed, how challenging it is to anticipate joy while sorrow encircles to expect healing, while pain still lingers to believe in provision when expenses mount and solutions appear scarce. Still, this is faith's sacred vocation to hold belief, not because proof precedes it, but steadfastly until the proof appears. Faith does not deny facts. It refuses the tyranny of limitation, insisting that higher possibilities remain open. It faces the impossible and quietly asserts, even in this place, God is at work. Allow me to illustrate with a brief story. A woman named Eliza reached the apparent end of every visible support. Her position had vanished. Her savings were depleted, and the rent had come due. All that remained to her was her voice, and even that voice quivered. One night, seated on the floor of her nearly bare apartment, and illuminated only by a flickering candle, she whispered, "God is my supply. There is a way even if I cannot see it." Then she repeated the words once more, and then again, letting the phrase settle deeper each time. God is my supply. There is a way even if I cannot see it. With every repetition, she hammered a stake into the bedrock of her spirit, a firm declaration and a conscious refusal to accept the falsehood of lack. Though I see not, I know. Though I feel fear, I trust. Though the world shows emptiness, I walk in fullness. She stood up not because funds had suddenly appeared, but because inward certainty had arrived first. And within 48 hours, an unexpected door swung open. A past client contacted her, presenting an unforeseen opportunity. The breakthrough did not originate from frantic effort, but from alignment and inner agreement with provision. Long before the outcome manifested, faith had already drawn it near, magnetizing the supply toward her. She neither begged nor pleaded. She stood firm instead of collapsing upon her inner conviction. For faith is not mere wishful thinking. It is a posture of spiritual standing, steady and resolute. Faith serves as the invisible bridge that spans the gap between the promise given and the proof that appears. And that bridge is constructed not primarily by logic, but by language, by the words we consistently choose. The declarations you make in darkness have a shaping influence on what emerges in the light. Florence said, "Your word is your wand. Therefore, what are you intentionally declaring today? Are your words endorsing scarcity or aligning with spiritual law? Are you voicing fear or articulating faith? The universe pays attention and responds not to panic-stricken noise, but to principled, aligned speech. Faith asserts, everything I need is already mine. Faith affirms I am divinely guided, divinely provided for, divinely protected. Faith affirms I walk by vision, not by sight, even when outer evidence appears to shout the opposite. Especially in those moments of contradiction, here is the sacred paradox. Once belief no longer demands prior evidence, the evidence begins to assemble. Allow me to restate this clearly. When you stop requiring proof before believing, the proof starts to unfold of its own accord. Why does this occur? Because faith catalyzes and activates the realm of the unseen. Because faith communicates to the universe, I trust the divine blueprint above my transient circumstances. Because faith is heaven's own language, the dialect through which alignment speaks. Now, beloved soul, let us put this into practice together. Speak these lines along with me. Though I see not, I know. Though I feel fear, I trust. Though the world shows emptiness, I walk in fullness. Allow these phrases to become your interior cadence, an unshakable drumbeat that persists even in the heart of the storm. You are not placed here to calculate every detail in advance. You are here to stand confidently in what Spirit has already arranged and established on your behalf. You are not tasked with endlessly chasing after signs. You are meant to embody the sign, becoming a living indicator of alignment. You are a child of the Most High, an inheritor of unending supply, and a vessel through which divine order expresses itself. Abundance is not earned like wages. It is entered through alignment with its source. And such alignment in every meaningful sense begins with faith. The kind of faith that takes steps before the trail is visible, that blesses the meal prior to its preparation, that offers thanks for rain before any clouds gather. The kind that proclaims with boldness, my steps are ordered. My good is inevitable. My inheritance cannot be lost, only claimed. Therefore, step forward and claim it now. Claim it not from desperation, but from dignity and calm assurance. With quiet in your gaze and certainty settled into your very bones, plant your feet upon this foundation of faith and allow nothing to push you off center. Not the storm that rages, not the long stretches of waiting, not the world's clamor or doubt. Because faith is not a fleeting feeling, it is a deliberate stance and posture. And when you truly stand, conditions reorganize themselves to meet your stance. Beneath all chaos, there is a whisper. Beneath every unraveling runs a steady thread of truth. It does not always shout, nor does it always appear obvious. Nevertheless, it is consistently present. This is the summons to divine order, the consecrated realignment by which all things move toward their highest configuration. The world regularly misreads chaos as mere disorder, yet in the realm of spirit, chaos frequently appears as correction wearing a disguise. Florence Shinn wrote, "Every great work, every big accomplishment has been brought into manifestation through holding to the vision, and often just before the big achievement comes, apparent failure and discouragement. Why is this so? Because divine order is not governed by human reasoning, it is aligned with unchanging truth. And that truth declares that whatever does not harmonize with your highest good must inevitably and appropriately be released. This remains true even when your heart clings to it with deep affection. It still applies even when you are the one who carefully constructed it. And it holds even when your mind cannot yet grasp the reasons behind it. Allow me to illustrate this principle with a story that makes the idea concrete. There once lived a man named Jonah, not the biblical figure, but an ordinary person whose life appeared well-ordered externally. A thriving career, dependable income, a manageable home, and a trajectory that to others looked perfectly correct. Yet within, he sensed a gradual, relentless wearing away of his joy, like a tide quietly pulling the shoreline back. He pressed on, as so many of us do, because society assured him he was doing well. Under that chorus of approval, why would he dare to question the script? However, unusual disruptions began to appear subtle at first, then increasingly obvious. Work initiatives inexplicably stalled. Clients stopped responding altogether. His physical well-being became precarious, and even his sleep splintered into restless fragments. The harder he pushed back against these signals, the more insistent and amplified the disturbances grew. This continued until at last his body surrendered and simply shut down. He crumpled not due to mortal peril, but because his entire system issued a firm demand. No more. This must stop now. During that hiatus, though imposed, he finally became quiet enough to hear something real. A gentle yet persistent whisper surfaced, steady, patient, and unmistakable. The message was clear. This is not your path anymore. Jonah wept because he recognized the truth. He had sensed it for months, perhaps even for years, yet he had repeatedly dismissed and overridden the signals. Even so, divine order had never deserted him. It remained present and patient. It merely waited quietly and faithfully for his wholehearted consent. In surrender, he returned to alignment. He stepped back from work, practiced attentive listening, and chose to alter his direction. In taking those steps, he did not tumble into disorder. Instead, he came home to a renewed clarity. A few months on a fresh opportunity emerged one he would never have considered in his former mindset. Now, however, it fit as naturally as breathing. It compensated, better helped others more deeply, fulfilled him more fully, and unfolded with genuine ease. He came to see that what looked like collapse had in truth been liberation, his life being released into its right expression. This is precisely what divine order looks and feels like in practice. It does not always arrive with dramatic fanfare, heavenly choirs, or rumbling thunder. Sometimes it shows up as nothing more extraordinary than a canceled appointment. At other times, it is a door that firmly closes in your face. It may also be the persistent inner restlessness you cannot seem to dismiss, or a maddening delay that tests your patience and expectations. Even an ending you never would have chosen for yourself can be its language. All of these are forms of communication symbols and sentences spoken by life. Heaven's dialect is often redirection guidance delivered through turns and reroutes. The wise soul listens with more than hearing by adjusting choices, rhythms, and actions to heed the message. Florence said, "Every person is a golden link in the chain of your good." Yet sometimes the links rearrange. What once fit no longer does. That is not a defeat. It is the natural movement of flow. When you begin sincerely praying for divine order, the landscape begins to rearrange in motion. Some people exit your orbit while others arrive at precisely the right time. Jobs and roles transform, long dormant passions reignite and return to life, calendars clear, and sacred space opens up where there was once clutter. This does not occur as a penalty or as retribution. It unfolds because preparation is underway for what is greater and more fitting. You are being readied for something higher in purpose, fuller in expression, and richer in blessing. So how can you identify that this movement is indeed the call of alignment? You begin by attending carefully to the small, persistent nudges. Notice the inner tug that quietly declares, "Not this," even when logic argues otherwise. Recognize the sacred no, a holy boundary that guards your alignment. Heed the gentle block that halts you before you proceed down the wrong corridor. Honor the dream that refuses to fade, returning to you again and again with undiminished life. You pay attention to what exhausts and depletes you versus what enlivens and illumines you from within. Most of all, you track your peace like a compass needle following where it points. This is because divine order consistently leaves behind a discernible trail of peace for you to follow. That peace remains even when fear arises and you are stepping into terrain you have never walked before. Peace should not be confused with comfort or ease of circumstances. Peace is the presence of clarity, a settled inner yes that steadies the soul. It is possible to feel visceral fear and yet remain deeply peaceful at the very same moment. For peace is not defined by fear's absence. Peace is defined by the presence of alignment with truth. Here is a sacred and liberating truth worth keeping close. You do not need full comprehension before you choose to obey the guidance you receive. You are not required to feel fully ready in order to give your faithful response. You do not need a complete set of answers before you follow the call that is beckoning you. What is required is a wholehearted yes, simple, steady, and sincere. Say yes to the departures that are being asked of you now. Say yes to the arrivals that are even now moving towards you. Say yes to the quiet inner voice that has always known the path forward. Let us take a shared pause, a sacred collective breath. Draw in a slow, deliberate breath to settle your being. Gently rest your hand on your heart to anchor attention in your center. Now inquire within, asking these questions with honesty. What in truth is attempting to depart from my life at this time? What in equal measure is seeking to enter and take its rightful place? In what area is divine order inviting me to make a real practical realignment? Your answer might not arrive as words. It may come as an image, a feeling, a remembered scene, or a strong impression of what needs to shift. Do not hurry this process. Give it space to unfold at its own pace. Allow the whisper to speak fully without interruption or argument. Know that you are not walking through this discernment by yourself. You are not proceeding sightless. Illumination is being provided as you move. Divine order holds you on all sides like a protective and guiding atmosphere. It goes ahead of you, preparing pathways you cannot yet see. It reconfigures circumstances that you would never be able to repair on your own. It clears obstacles you could not force your way past by sheer will. It directs you like a loving hand, steady, firm, and endlessly kind in its touch. Therefore, dear soul, do not be afraid of the upheavals and shifts you're experiencing. Do not fight the door that is closing. Honor it as guidance. Do not grieve the structure that is collapsing. Its season is fulfilled. If it is departing, it was never meant to serve as your permanent foundation. You are being rerouted in truth, called back to center, and realigned with your highest path. This is not a terminal point or final curtain. This is the opening chapter of a more truthful and aligned life. Allow the outdated threads to unwind and release. Make space for the new to enter and take form. Stand firmly in the assurance that all things are being orchestrated not merely for your benefit, but from the inexhaustible well of divine goodness. For divine order is not a hidden form of chaos masquerading as order. It is love actively moving, arranging, and healing in real time. And it unfailingly, without exception, knows the way forward better than we ever could. The starting point is not possession or accumulation. It is the state of being, the inner stance you occupy before anything appears outwardly. The profound secret of spiritual manifestation is found not in pursuit, striving, supplication, or clutching. It is found in assumption. Assumption means entering the felt reality of completion as if the outcome were already established, slipping on the shoes before the journey is taken, taking your seat at the banquet before the meal has even begun to simmer. You are not inching your way toward abundance, not trudging forward toward prosperity, not laboring to earn, qualify for, or prove worthiness of love, wealth, or success. You embody it here now already before any external evidence arrives. This marks the sacred identity pivot, the moment when the soul wakes up and proclaims, I am not the one searching anymore. I am the one who possesses. To inhabit the role of possessor is to shift from deficiency to wholeness, not through changing conditions first, but by issuing an inner command. Florence Shinn articulated this plainly. The invisible forces are ever working for the man who is always pulling the strings himself, though he does not know it. Owing to the vibratory power of words, whatever man voices he begins to attract. What exactly are you giving voice to with your daily speech and inner dialogue? If your refrain is, I want, I wish, I hope, I need, you are resonating at the frequency of absence and signaling lack. But if you proclaim, I am rich, I am chosen, I am guided, I am whole, you are vibrating with completion itself, radiating power and embodied presence. You do not pray in order to turn into something later. You pray out of what you already are. The instant you affirm, I am abundant, you activate the law of assumption, crossing from the outer courtyard into the inner holy place of realization. Speak it now with intention, I am abundant. I am already. Do not postpone the feeling of security until money arrives. Do not delay feeling loved until a partner appears. Do not withhold the sense of being chosen until an invitation shows up. That deferred approach belongs to the world's way. But you are walking a spiritual road, and on this path, identity and being come before outer receiving. When you don the footwear of wealth prior to holding any coin. When you cloak yourself in joy before laughter bubbles up. When you carry yourself with the assurance of the beloved and the chosen, even in solitude, you summon the attention of heaven and set spiritual law in motion. The law of assumption operates like divine electricity. It does not rely on pre-existing proof. It produces the very evidence it requires. Let us anchor this teaching with a story that brings the abstract into the tangible. Once there was a woman whose heart ached to own a boutique. Each morning she passed a vacant storefront nearby, dusty panes, bare shelving, a lifeless interior, and with every glance she sighed, if only I had the funds, if only I knew the steps, if only someone would believe in me. Then one day an inner shift occurred. From deep within, a voice not her own, a divine prompting, whispered, walk in. She hesitated, surprised. Nothing external had altered. The room remained vacant, the facts unchanged, yet the instruction resonated unmistakably, walk in. She chose obedience. Entering the space, she stood upon the dusty floor and declared aloud, this belongs to me. I see dresses displayed. I see light streaming. I hear laughter. I smell lavender and fresh beginnings. I am a boutique owner. She came back the following day and then again, returning daily to speak her claim. I am already. Within 30 days, the building's owner, previously unresponsive to all leasing requests, sought her out. He had noticed her daily visits. Her evident conviction moved him. He offered the premises at a fraction of the usual rate and connected her with a friend who furnished the shop on credit. In 3 months, she was operating her dream boutique not through relentless pursuit, but through becoming the embodiment of it first. Make the declaration now, without delay. Speak it aloud and write it as well. I am abundant. I am already. You must grasp this fully when you utter, I am. You speak with divine authority. You are not wishing, you are issuing a decree. You are not merely hoping, you are commanding. You are not leaning forward into a distant future, you are fastening your identity to the eternal present. The universe does not bend to pleading. It answers the vibration of confident inner knowing. Your former identity, the one pleading and striving, was governed by time's delays. Your new identity, the one that is, abides in the timeless now, where fulfillment originates. Florence said, man's word is his wand filled with magic and power. How then are you wielding your own words when you move through life as the wealthy, the beloved, and the radiant? You pave a way through what once seemed like wilderness. You give shape to what appeared empty. You turn into a magnet that draws good, rather than a supplicant asking for crumbs. Affirm it once more with conviction. I am abundant. I am already. The transformation is underway, the counterfeit self is dissolving, and the authentic self is ascending to the foreground. You are no longer cast in the role of seeker wandering in search of proof. You stand as the possessor, the one who already holds the essence of what is desired. And whatever you hold firmly in consciousness must, by spiritual law, crystallize into visible form. Allow this truth to sink down into your bones. Breathe it in until it inhabits each cell, saturates your thinking, and shapes the words you speak. You are already what you sought before any outward confirmation arrives. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. These lines are not ornamental verses. They articulate the blueprint of creation itself. Speech is more than vibration in the air. It is spiritual law activated. Your words channel divine energy, carry manifestation, and serve as the creative wand entrusted to the soul. Florence Shinn declared, "Your word is your wand." Truly so it is. Every utterance shapes your environment like an incantation. Your speech, whether toward growth or decline, toward illumination or darkness, either infuses holy things with life or siphons strength from the divine. We must stop handling language carelessly. Refuse to keep rehearsing fear, resentment, or scarcity. Set aside phrases like, I'm broke, I'm exhausted, I'll never succeed, or it's too late. Such statements are not trivial. They are architectural drawings, and your subconscious is the tireless contractor building from them. Whatever you assert again and again becomes the very dwelling you inhabit. Consider a woman overwhelmed by debt and steeped in fear. She approached Florence lamenting, "My finances are in ruins. I don't know what to do." Florence answered, "Do not declare, I'm ruined. Speak instead, God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly under grace and in perfect ways." The woman followed the instruction. She affirmed it morning and night during fearful spikes and quiet interludes, first with shaking lips, then with growing conviction. In less than a week, funds arrived from unforeseen channels, a forgiven balance, an unexpected bonus, a surprise refund. Within a month, she had cleared the deficit. Within 3, she was saving again. The transformation did not come from a new job or a market swing. It came because her language shifted. The very pattern that once undermined her had begun to bless her, and the turnaround started with her tongue. Speak the following now with attention and sincerity. My words are wands. I speak only what I desire to experience. I speak life abundance, truth power, and peace. Take a quiet pause and let the statement sink deep and take root. Your tongue is a sacred instrument, a consecrated temple, and a throne from which decrees are issued. If you declare, I always get overlooked, your experience will conform to that decree. If you proclaim, no one ever chooses me, your world will echo that pronouncement. If you assert nothing ever works out, events will organize to prove you right. Yet if you affirm, I am always chosen, if you affirm, I am guided in every decision, if you state things always work out in my favor, the fabric of circumstances begins to rearrange itself to harmonize with your declaration. Keep this foremost: the subconscious never debates. It accepts as true what you consistently repeat most powerfully when voiced aloud. Consider Daniel unemployed for over a year, capable and conscientious, yet saturated with doubt. Daily he repeated, no one is hiring, it's hopeless, I've been rejected too often. These became his de facto affirmations, though he never labeled them as such. In a desperate hour, he encountered a recording with Florence's counsel. Man must prepare for the thing he has asked for when there isn't the slightest sign of it in sight. He scoffed at first, but something small awakened. He chose to experiment only for a week, speaking aloud. Each morning I am in my divine right work. It arrives easily. I am paid well, loved well, and use my gifts with joy. Initially, he forced the words through gritted teeth. By the 4th day, however, a quiet ease began to settle. By day 6, he smiled as he affirmed. On day 8, a former colleague phoned recommending him for an unposted role. Within 2 weeks, he had started work in a position exceeding anything he had dared to imagine. He updated neither resume nor skill set. What he transformed was his word, and his world followed. Join in now and speak this declaration. By the word, I form my world. My voice is holy. I speak miracles into form. This is not abstract philosophy. It is law, demonstration, vibration, and assumption, each awakened and propelled by words that are spoken with conviction. Let us explore further beneath the surface into the mechanics of how this works. Whenever you speak with emotion, you stamp the subconscious. And the subconscious, dear one, does not operate on logic. It operates on obedience to your repeated feeling-toned words. It does not reliably distinguish sarcasm from sincerity, jest from decree. If you quip, I'm such an idiot, your subconscious replies, as you wish. If you mutter, nothing ever works out for me, the universe echoes, so be it. Hence Florence's insistence, never voice lack and never speak of your fears. They become your enemies. Use your tongue as an instrument of holy creation. Ground your new reality with these affirmations, speak them unhurriedly, and often letting them sink into your bones. I am one with divine abundance. I speak life, and life flows to me. All that I desire desires me now. My words create my heaven on earth. I declare, and so it is. Let your voice lift. These are not idle wishes. They are commands proclaimed from the inner sanctuary of the soul. Pause now, rest your hand upon your heart, and take a deep, steady breath. Now whisper the following with reverence. My word is law. My word is divine. My word is my wand. I speak only that which I wish to see. Do you sense the subtle inner turn, the energetic shift gathering inside you? This is the essential labor, not frantic effort or weary grind, but the refinement of language purifying the tongue and aligning speech with the vision you choose. Day by day, you are called to speak your life into form. Declare these lines now. Doors are opening for me now. I am surrounded by favor. Unexpected blessings arrive daily. I am always guided and protected. I speak wealth. I speak love. I speak ease. And by repeating these declarations not once, but persistently, you both plant seeds and cultivate the earth, watering the garden and calling forth the sunlight that brings growth. This is not sleight of hand or superstition. It is the steady operation of spiritual law. Florence wrote, "Your word is your wand. The words you speak create your reality. Choose wisely and choose well." Therefore, I ask you plainly, what selection will you make with your words today? Will you give voice to your fears or to your desires? Will you keep echoing current appearances, or will you begin proclaiming what must and shall manifest? The decision does not belong to external conditions. It rests squarely with your word and your will. From now on, speak from possession. Speak as royalty, as the chosen and the beloved, as the one who receives what is rightly hers. Let your voice reverberate as an echo of heaven's certainty. Allow your speech to serve as the trumpet that announces your manifestation's arrival. Let each syllable you utter be golden, rich, deliberate, and aligned. And now, one more time, make the declaration with conviction. I am abundant. I am powerful. I am already. My word is my wand. I speak it, and it comes to pass. Yes, let the affirmation rise up. Speak it audibly, then also write it. I speak only what I desire to experience. The transformation has commenced within and around you. You no longer occupy the posture of a beggar at the gate. You stand as the builder, the one who constructs with intention and word. And the materials you build with are words, each phrase a brick setting the structure of your life. Gently close your eyes, now allowing your attention to turn fully inward. Yes, right here, right now, in whatever place you find yourself, close your eyes and take a long, steady breath. The space surrounding you does not define your boundaries. The figure in your bank account does not dictate your ultimate reality. The reflection in the mirror does not determine your fate. Beyond the visible lies a stronger world, the unseen realm of divine substance, which moves not in response to strain and struggle, but to the creative power of imagination. Visualization is no childish daydream. It is sacred practice rehearsal for the spirit before form arrives. It is how the soul lives events in advance, pre-experiencing what the body will shortly step into. Florence Shinn taught that the imagination has been called the scissors of the mind, and it is ever cutting day by day the pictures man sees there, and sooner or later, he meets his own creation in his outer world. Ask yourself honestly, what images have you been holding, and which scenes have you been practicing in the theater of your mind? Many people repeatedly stage fear, the returned payment, the painful message, the look of disapproval. They rerun these inner films until they become reflexive, and then they are surprised when anxiety appears punctually in their lives. But you, beloved, choose differently now. You select a higher path with intention. You will cease picturing catastrophe and begin envisioning deliverance. You will stop fixating on locked doors and instead see those doors swinging open on welcome hinges. Allow me to guide you through the sacred practice of perceiving fulfillment before it takes visible shape. Draw a slow, deep breath. Inhale through your nose, pause in stillness, then exhale fully through your mouth. Now allow your awareness to soften and expand. Envision yourself approaching a door you have yearned to open for years, the entry to your dream home perhaps, or a boardroom or a nursery, or the office of a publisher. Be precise. Notice its color, its material, its texture. Is there a handle or a round knob, a brass knocker? See every detail. Rest your hand upon the surface and feel the quiet warmth of welcome radiating through it. Turn the handle. The door yields. Cross the threshold and step fully into the space. It is all there before you, no longer imagined but present. Your heart's vision, vivid and saturated with life, stands before you in full color. Picture yourself moving through the rooms of your dream home. Sunlight pours through wide windows. Polished wood glows underfoot. Candles flicker softly upon marble counters. The air carries the scent of eucalyptus mingled with unmistakable joy. You wander into the living room. On a glass-top table lies an envelope. You open it and discover your latest bank statement. Study the figures carefully, let your eyes take them in. Yes, those numbers are genuine. The abundance is tangible and actual. You have moved beyond hoping. You are witnessing. You are seeing, truly seeing what is yours. Remember, the subconscious does not reliably distinguish between a vividly imagined scene and a physically lived one. That is the sacred secret. It responds identically to both, believes whatever you feed it, and subsequently, the external world arranges itself to match. Let us descend another layer into this practice. Now picture yourself being announced by your fulfilled identity. This is the author. This is the CEO. This is the artist. This is the healed one. This is the beloved. Sense the gravity and dignity of that title. Allow it to settle upon you like a tailored robe that fits flawlessly. You need not unravel the mechanics or timelines of its arrival. Simply allow the identity to exist within you, accepted and at ease. Notice how your posture shifts shoulders, lifts spine, elongates, chest opens as you inhabit this truth. Envision yourself laughing softly, not from shock, but from recognition. Of course it arrived. Of course I am standing here. Of course I received. You beheld it inwardly long before it appeared outwardly. Florence said man must prepare for the thing he has asked for when there isn't the slightest sign of it in sight. Visualization serves as preparation, as genuine readiness, as the inner alignment that invites form. Consider a man who desired a new car. He did not stop at wishing or lamenting. Instead, he prepared. He cleared the garage, opened space in the driveway, rehearsed the sensation of the steering wheel in his hands, and carried himself as though ownership were present. Within weeks, a friend unexpectedly presented him with an offer on the precise model he had envisioned. This is the manner in which spiritual law operates quietly, consistent, and exact. Behold it within, believe it as yours, and then receive its outward manifestation. Now let us enter another vision. Close your eyes again and step inward. Imagine stepping into a room crowded with people. As you enter, they stand faces bright with admiration and joy. Your name is spoken with warmth and respect. You are honored, celebrated, and trusted. Someone hands you an envelope. You break the seal and read inside as confirmation that your great desire has come to pass. a home secured, a book officially published, a child joyfully adopted, a debt forgiven, a threshold opened. Tears of gratitude well up, not from incredulity, but from the quiet certainty that this outcome was always on its way to you. Speak this affirmation audibly. I see my dream as already done. I dwell in the completed vision. My imagination is holy ground. I see it, and so it must appear. Pause again. Breathe, and let the declaration permeate your whole being. You are actively revising the tale your subconscious repeats. You are feeding it sanctified pictures, and these images carry the voltage of divine law. Florence also wrote, impress the subconscious with the perfect picture, then leave it to infinite intelligence to work out the details. Resist the urge to meddle with timing or method. Do not interfere. Hold the vision clearly, steadily, and often. Revisit these inner spaces frequently. Step through that door again. Sit at the banquet of abundance. Feel the texture of the car seat. Hear the applause and welcome. Inhale the lavender-scented air of a life you cherish. Every return visit is another rehearsal of reality, training your world to match your inner certainty. Reality on the spiritual plane, the level that precedes material expression. For spirit invariably comes first. Form follows its lead. Therefore, dear soul, as any inner music crescendos and subsides, allow a deep silence to cradle you. Close your eyes once more for this portion. Take a deep inhalation and picture yourself poised at the threshold of a life fulfilled. Let a genuine smile rise, evidence of recognition rather than surprise. Speak these words with calm authority. It is done. I see it. I believe it. I receive it. And so it is sealed and established. There is a holy contrast between frantic hustle and serene harmony, between the strained compulsion to force outcomes and the effortless momentum that rises from alignment. This is the gap between push and flow, between striving and receiving the divine yes. Florence Shinn spoke plainly. Infinite Spirit opens the way for my immediate supply. Let all that is mine by divine right now reach me in great avalanches of abundance under grace in perfect ways. Under grace and in perfect ways, not through burnout, panic, or relentless grinding, but through divine coordination accompanied by inspired, timely steps. Culture may idolize overwork, yet spiritual law advances through inspired, peaceful action rather than depleted toil. Allow me to share a story about Layla that brings this truth to life. Layla carried a vision, a calling that would not release its hold on her. She knew down to her bones that she was meant to guide women through healing circles, retreats, and transformative work. Yet the how eluded her. She lacked social media expertise, possessed no audience, had neither investors nor a team, and no step-by-step plan. Even so, the dream persisted, hovering steadfastly at the edge of every day. One day, she wrote in her journal, "If this dream is divine, show me the next right step." That night, she dreamed vividly. She entered a bookstore, felt pulled toward a certain shelf, lifted a book about women's circles, opened it, then watched a small card slip from between the pages. She woke with her heart racing, and although the idea felt odd, she chose to act on it. She visited the neighborhood bookstore, bypassed the new releases, the fiction, and the self-help aisles, until on a dusty back shelf, she found the very title she had seen in her dream. She opened the book with a mix of curiosity and reverence. Inside the pages lay a business card, a woman's name, an email address, and the title, Retreat Coordinator. Layla made contact. The coordinator connected her with a retreat center, and within 2 months, Layla facilitated her first circle. This came about not through force or manipulation. It unfolded because she honored a divinely given nudge with a courageous yes. That is the essence of inspired action, gentle, clear, and effective. Inspired action typically begins as a whisper, a subtle tug, an idea drifting in during still moments. The world may dismiss it, but your soul recognizes its truth. You are not required to see the entire route. Taking the very next right step is sufficient. Florence said, "Do not fear to be a pathfinder. Go where no man has gone, knowing that the way will be revealed." How then can you discern whether a prompting is divinely inspired or merely ego-driven effort? Here is the touchstone: inspired action carries a sense of peace, even when it asks you to grow beyond your comfort. It feels like flow rather than combat, genuine movement instead of control. It is frequently accompanied by confirmations, small graces, synchronicities, and timely helpers. By contrast, ego-driven action feels weighty, murky, and forced, fueled by fear, harsh timelines, and pressure, and it exhausts you swiftly. So what prepares you to receive the divine yes clearly? You ready your heart, anchor yourself in your I am, speak aligned words, visualize faithfully, and then you cultivate listening. You lower the volume on outer noise and inner static. You deliberately set aside panic over planning and self-imposed pressure. You breathe deeply and declare with sincerity, "Show me the next step. If this path is mine, reveal it with ease. I take no action unless it is divinely led. And when I move in joy." Allow this prayer to sink and take root deep within your soul. You have no obligation to rush in frantic circles any longer. You do not need to prove value that is already yours by birthright. You no longer need to chase doors that were never meant for you. You yourself are the doorway, the passage through which your destined good arrives and flows. Let us come back once more to Florence's insight. When man can say, "I desire only that which God desires for me," his false desires fade from the consciousness, and a new set of blueprints is given him by the master architect, the God within. In other words, when your will aligns entirely with the divine, counterfeit wants dissolve, and the inner architect hands you a fresh, divinely drafted plan. Your egoic self may scatter its energy across 10 glittering pursuits, yet your deeper spirit keeps summoning you toward a single, precise, next right step, the one that truly matters now. And when you move on that one instruction only, that one, the divine yes expands, widening the way before you with increasing clarity and grace. Allow me to offer an image, a simple picture, to make this principle tangible. Picture a long corridor bordered by many doors. Each door represents a potential path. Some are firmly locked, some jam and refuse to budge, some open into dead ends, and one uniquely shines with a soft, unmistakable glow. Conventional wisdom urges you to pound on every door, to hustle relentlessly to pry them open by force if necessary. The spiritual way, however, counsels you to follow illumination itself, move toward the luminous door, the one lit by guidance rather than grit. Inspired action is the disciplined artistry of reserving your yes for doors that shine with inner confirmation and letting the rest remain closed. How can you recognize it? You'll sense a subtle inner vibration, a gentle warmth, a calm certainty that outvotes cold logic. Your body feels lighter rather than burdened. Your chest opens in expansion instead of tightening with anxiety. And indeed, it may call for boldness. Yet soul-born courage is never frantic. It arrives carrying peace, order, and steadiness inside it. Let us speak a shared declaration aligning intention and breath. I am aligned with divine timing. My steps are ordered. I act only when led, and when I move, heaven moves with me. Repeat this decree once more so it imprints upon your heart. And say it yet again, letting it settle deeper into your being. Now pause and turn inward for a reflective moment. Has a gentle impulse visited your heart lately? A quiet instruction to reach out to submit an application to attempt once more to rest intentionally or to bring a new creation to life? That subtle prompting is not mere fancy or idle imagination. It is the voice of divine guidance softly steering you. And when you consent to just the very next step, not the entire staircase, you set sacred momentum in motion, allowing grace to gather. Doors begin swinging open of their own accord. Helpers arrive at appointed times as if summoned by your yes. Resources track you down and meet you where you stand. Ideas start pouring through you with renewed ease and frequency. Not due to frantic pursuit, but because you stepped into alignment with the current already carrying your good. Remember, the river's current will do the work of carrying you forward, provided you cease the exhausting habit of rowing against its natural flow. Therefore, I invite you to enter a brief sanctuary of stillness. Rest both hands upon your heart to anchor your attention within. Ask with unguarded sincerity and openness, Divine Spirit, show me the next step. Let it be unmistakable. Let it come with peace. I trust your plan more than I trust my fears. Then wait with patient expectancy, not tension. Over the next hours or days, watch for the pattern. What message revisits you? What image returns? What gentle pull repeats with steady insistence? That recurring nudge, that is your next appointed step. And when you take that step, not from panic, but from peace, you bring yourself into alignment with the divine yes. You begin to move forward absent of struggle and strain. You receive with ease rather than effortful contortion. You prosper without the weary performance of proving your worth. Because what rightfully belongs to you by divine right cannot fail to arrive. It stands written in the unseen, therefore it is already accomplished in essence. Say the following aloud with conviction: my path is clear. My steps are blessed. I do not chase, I receive. And I move only when led. Release your grip on striving and let it fall away. Set down the need to prove and let it dissolve. Let panic pass through and out of you like a spent wind. The divine yes stands waiting, already prepared to meet you. And you, beloved, are ready now, more ready than you realize. At the very center of manifestation lies a sacred paradox. To truly receive your desire, you must loosen your grasp on the timetable and the method of its arrival. This is not worldly detachment, no cold indifference, no resignation, no apathy. Rather, it is spiritual trust, the soul's calm assertion that because I know who I am, I need not control the unfolding to feel secure. Florence Shinn, with unwavering precision, taught faith knows it has already received and acts accordingly. Conducting yourself as one who already possesses the good while releasing any demand about timing is a mark of spiritual mastery. To root yourself in true identity while detaching from the outcome's details and schedule, that is genuine power. Consider a farmer. He places a seed into the earth, waters the soil, and trusts the sun to do its work. He does not unearth the seed hourly to inspect it, nor berate the ground to hurry, nor doubt the laws of growth simply because the sprout is not yet visible. No, he practices trust, steady and quiet. He performs his part, then he allows nature to perform hers. You likewise are a farmer of the spirit, tending fields of intention. Your spoken words have already placed seeds within the fertile soil of mind. Your sustained vision provides nourishment to the hidden roots. Your inspired steps have tilled and aerated the soil so growth can take hold. Now the task is to rest deeply in your true identity. You do not plead with the plant to sprout. Instead, you embody the knowing that growth is underway, unseen yet certain. You affirm aloud the truth that stabilizes you. I am abundant now. I am prosperous now. I am the version of me who already has. And since you already are, in essence, obsession with when naturally loosens and falls away. Let me share a story about Maya, which brings this lesson into everyday life. Maya yearned for love. She did her inner work, affirmations, visualization, careful healing. She changed her narrative from, I always get hurt, to, I am deeply loved. And still outwardly, nothing seemed different. She arrived in tears, discouraged and tender. I've done everything right, she said through sobs. Why hasn't he appeared? I asked softly. Do you truly believe you already are the woman who is loved? She hesitated. I think so, she replied uncertainly. And if you truly were, I asked, would you still be checking your phone every 5 minutes for proof? A sheepish smile crept across her face in recognition. You're still seeking confirmation from the mirror, the inbox, the external world, I said. The instant you require proof, you step out of identity and into doubt. That realization marked her turning point. She discontinued chasing and quit asking when. She ceased using affirmations to patch loneliness and instead started embodying the woman who is already loved. She went on dates no longer to hunt, but to enjoy presence and connection. She laced her days with beauty, not as bait to attract, but because beauty is her natural baseline. Within 6 weeks, love entered her life sans fanfare or rescue narrative, simply reflecting the identity she had already stabilized within. This is precisely the way spiritual law operates, quietly matching inner stance. The external mirrors the conviction you hold internally, no more, no less. Thus, if your inner talk keeps asking, where is it? Why hasn't it come? What am I doing wrong? The mirror will reliably show waiting, delay, and muddle. Conversely, if your inner language shifts to, I trust divine timing. I am already living in the answered prayer. What is mine cannot miss me. Then you naturally become a living magnet for your good. Not by conquest or force, but by the steady current of faith. Now let us descend another level into this teaching and explore it more fully. You are invited to relinquish fixation on the specific method, channel, or pathway by which your good will arrive. The blessing destined for you may enter by an unexpected doorway, one entirely different from the entrance you anticipated. Florence wrote, "The trouble with most people is that they want to tell God how to answer their prayers. You are not commissioned to design the delivery schedule. Your role is to embody the truth so completely that delivery becomes inevitable. When you insist it must come by this job through this specific person or by this particular deadline, you constrict the limitless channels of divine provision and narrow what could flow freely. However, when you declare with openness, I am open to receive in unexpected, perfect ways under grace. In divine timing, you swing the gates wide, allowing miracles to move toward you along effortless paths. Though the underground roots are hidden from view, the seed is already germinating, drawing strength in secrecy. You might not hear approaching footsteps yet, your answer is steadily advancing toward you even now. Therefore, live as if it is done while surrendering the how to the higher wisdom that governs outcomes. Speak the following aloud to anchor it in your being. I trust divine timing. I let go of control. I rest in my true identity. What I have declared must appear. Repeat it once more firmly and audibly so your cells can hear it. Allow the resonance of these words to permeate every cell, every breath, every subtle layer of you. Saturate your subconscious with this certainty until it becomes your baseline atmosphere. Now take a long, deliberate breath and let your nervous system settle. Take a clear-eyed inventory. In what places are you still clenching and trying to control? Are you repeatedly refreshing your inbox, grasping for a confirming message? Are you constantly running mental calculations, attempting to plot the statistical path of your blessing? Are you postponing joy, withholding it until external proof shows up? If so, receive this as a sacred invitation to shift your stance. Cease waiting for permission from circumstances. Begin being the identity now. If wealth were already yours, how would your stride look and feel today? If you knew you were already chosen, in what way would you clothe yourself right now? If you were already celebrated, how would your voice carry? What tone and confidence would it hold? Start precisely at that point. Walk, dress, and speak from the finished identity. Do this not as manipulation to force an outcome, but because in truth, the essence has already occurred. And yes, doubt will occasionally murmur, but where is it that voice will surface from old conditioning? Recognize that as not your essence speaking, but conditioning echoes of the past, attempting to reclaim authority. Your practice is to return repeatedly and faithfully to the I am identity each time you drift. I am already. I am fulfilled. I am chosen. I am successful. I am whole. As identity solidifies, the compulsion to micromanage outcomes softens and steadily dissolves, because the outcome in essence and in law already belongs to you. Now affirm these words audibly and write them as a public vow to seal your stance. I trust divine timing. I am already. I release the when and the how. It is done. Open your hands, release, let go. Allow what is yours to arrive without hindrance. It is accomplished, finished in the unseen, and unfolding now. You would never leave your home's front door ajar for thieves, nor permit random strangers with muddy shoes to trample through your sanctuary, spreading disorder and confusion. And yet many of us leave the entrance to our minds unguarded, wide open to whatever wanders in, to fear's narratives and anxious predictions, to doubt's corrosive questions, to gossip's smallness and poison, to limitations' cramped ceilings and walls, to inherited stories that are not ours to carry or repeat. If you intend to live as the possessor and truly embody I am consciousness, then a practice of spiritual hygiene becomes essential, non-negotiable daily care for your inner atmosphere. This cannot be a single ritual performed once. It must become a steady daily devotion. Florence Shinn, with sacred clarity, taught man must prepare for the thing he has asked for when there isn't the slightest sign of it in sight. A crucial portion of that preparation is protecting the gate of the mind. You serve as the gardener of your subconscious field, tending what will grow there. Your ongoing thoughts act as the seeds sown into that soil. Your spoken words provide the water that nourishes or starves those seeds. And your feelings, beloved, become either sunlight that catalyzes growth or storms that batter the garden. So tell me honestly, what harvest are you cultivating with these daily inputs? Do you uproot doubts the moment they sprout, or are you letting them embed, strengthen, and eventually choke your most cherished visions? Morning affirmations cannot bear fruit if you spend the rest of the day scrolling fear and feeding panic. 10 minutes of visualizing abundance cannot outweigh 10 hours of speaking scarcity and reinforcing lack. True spiritual hygiene is built on consistent practice, gentle vigilance, and a deep commitment to loving stewardship of your mind. Picture your mind as a consecrated garden. The radiant flowers, fragrant and alive, are your affirmations, visions, faith, and joy blooming together. And there are also weeds, tiny at the outset, yet insidious, your doubts, judgments harsh, self-criticisms, and running worries. The very moment you notice a weed, you must remove it completely, root and all, before it spreads. Do not postpone, neither tomorrow nor later will do. Do it now, in the moment of awareness. Let me share Jordan's story as a living example of this practice. Jordan held a strong vision, a healing center where people could rest, receive, and be restored. She documented it, spoke it aloud, and dreamed it repeatedly at night. Yet each news broadcast drained her spirit. Every conversation with dream-mocking friends fixated on failure dimmed her energy. Each self-doubt fertilized the weeds. Predictably, her inner garden started to wither and lose color. Then one day, she recognized the pattern. I keep planting roses, yet I'm watering them with poison. That very day, she made a solemn, sacred vow to change her inputs. She shut down fear-based channels, unfollowed lack-triggering accounts, established loving boundaries with people, and instituted a morning ritual, silence, gratitude, and strong declarations. And whenever a negative thought tried to land, she softly replied, I cancel that. I choose a higher thought. Within 6 months, she discovered a suitable property, hiding in plain view, secured financing, and within a year, her center opened its doors to the public. This unfolded not because of force or frantic pushing. It happened because she cultivated her mind like sacred earth, carefully, consistently, lovingly. This is the practice you are called to adopt, beginning now. Be watchful without being anxious, aware, awake, and gently attentive. If someone gave you pure water with even a single drop of sewage, would you willingly drink it? By the same logic, why would you ingest fear through media, consume hours of faith-contradicting content, trade in gossip, speak doubt, or nurture outcomes you actively do not desire? Florence taught man must stop planning, stop scheming, and trust the divine plan unfolding through him. To truly trust, you must clear the mental static that drowns out guidance. Commit to a daily cleansing of the mind, like washing dust from a window, so light can pour in. Let us begin this cleansing practice right here, right now. Take a slow, nourishing breath into the belly and release it completely. Envision a golden light pouring gently over your crown, rinsing your thoughts like a soothing, warm rain. Sense it purifying and loosening every stale belief you've carried. I'm not good enough. I'm too late. No one sees me. It's too hard. It never works for me. One after another, allow these beliefs to liquefy and drain away, leaving clarity behind. Now anchor the clearing with this spoken decree. I release every thought not rooted in truth. I cleanse my mind with divine light. I plant only what I wish to harvest. Let these words form the core of your daily morning ritual moving forward. Upon waking, stretch gently and affirm, today I guard the gate. Only truth enters. Only love stays. Only abundance grows. And during the day when old weeds attempt a comeback, respond succinctly, "No thank you, I am the gardener here." Let us advance another step. Establish a consistent practice of spiritual hygiene as a daily discipline. Each morning, give voice to your affirmations out loud. Read a single line from Florence's writings to attune your mind. Then consciously set the governing intention for your entire day. During the day, monitor your inputs carefully. Ask, does this conversation feed my vision? Is this content consistent with my I am identity? If the answer is no, switch it off, step away, and deliberately make a better choice. At night, see your outcome clearly, without grasping or strain, holding it in quiet peace. Let a smile come and softly say, "It is done." This is not melodrama. It is deliberate, skillful stewardship of your inner world. The outer world roars with noise and distraction, yet your soul speaks with greater authority whenever you choose to listen deeply. Now declare the following with complete conviction and presence. I guard the gate of my mind. I protect my spirit. I do not entertain fear. I fertilize faith. My thoughts are holy ground. Speak it once more. Allow the declaration to flow over and through you, saturating your awareness. This is the pathway to remaining aligned, not occasionally, but continually. Not only in easeful seasons, but especially when conditions are difficult. And remember this truth, you do not travel this path in isolation. A great cloud of witnesses surrounds you with encouragement. Divine guidance stands constantly available. A higher plan is already unfurling on your behalf. Your part, your sacred responsibility, is to keep your inner garden clear and tended, to remove the weeds the moment they appear, to nourish the flowers, your faith, joy, and vision daily, to guard the mind's gate with loving vigilance. Now, let us close this section by making a firm vow. Speak it out loud and then write it as a commitment. I guard the gate of my mind. I plant only what I wish to grow. I live in alignment. I am all ready. Yes, yes, it is done. Beloved one, let your breathing slow and put down the urge to strive. This is the moment where all chasing ceases and truth begins. The soul does not sprint. The spirit does not scramble. The word of power never needs to hurry. The world, lulled by illusions, taught you that abundance is somewhere to reach a commodity, to obtain a far-off destination. I invite you now to unlearn that illusion completely. Abundance is no finish line, no hillside manor, no bank figure. Abundance is an atmosphere, sacred mist surrounding you even now. It is breath itself, the steady rhythm beneath your days, and the deep inner knowing that all is provided. Abundance is not a prize that rewards toil. It is a rightful inheritance realized through alignment. Some men feast off golden plates, yet chew with worry. Their vaults are full, while their hearts feel hollow. They dwell as prisoners inside palaces, guarding treasure, while peace eludes them. Meanwhile, some women give open-handedly from modest cupboards. Their tables overflow with laughter, and their nights are clothed in song. The deeper truth is this: anxious wealth is not wealth at all, while the peaceful giver stands as the kingdom's genuine heir. Come with me in imagination to the vastness of the ocean. Close your eyes and attune your ears to the steady rhythm of the sea. Can you perceive the ageless pulse of the tide? Picture yourself on the shoreline, not pleading with the ocean to move, not ordering the waves to rise. You stand with open palms, confident in the sea's faithfulness. It never depletes. It knows no lack. You can fill your cupped hands, and more water arrives again, and yet again. This precisely is abundance as atmosphere, endless, generous, ever-flowing. It cannot be pursued into existence. It must be permitted and allowed to flow. It cannot be hoarded in fear. It must be actively lived and circulated. Florence Shinn said there is no lack in divine mind. Therefore, none can be in your experience unless you think it into being. Therefore, let us consciously think lack out of existence in our experience. Let us breathe truth into the present air we share right now. I am surrounded by divine abundance. I am upheld by the infinite supply of spirit. I do not strive. I receive. I do not chase. I attract. I do not worry. I know. I do not beg. I declare. Each breath I draw is provision. Each step I take is blessed. I reside inside the garden, not at its gate. I have nothing to earn. I am the beloved child of the giver of all. I release every false spell that told me safety required proving, striving, scrambling, or grasping. Those lies dissolve and lose power now. I rest fully and calmly in abundance's atmosphere. In the infinite, competition has no reality. In the eternal, scarcity cannot exist. I am not running some frantic race. I am walking in step with God. As I pass, flowers open. As I trust, resources flow. As I walk, blessings meet me along the way. Speak the following with me aloud and clear. I do not walk toward abundance, I walk with it. I do not arrive at wealth, I breathe it. My atmosphere is plenty. My reality is grace. There is no distant there to reach. The miracle is here. The supply is present now. Pause and feel this truth settling into your body. Take another breath and draw it deeper within. Let this be your dwelling, your sacred climate from now on. You carry wealth into every room you enter. You bless every conversation you touch. You are no longer the seeker, you stand as a source. And as a source, you never run dry. As a source, you are never excluded or left behind. As a source, you are never overlooked or forgotten. You live in an atmosphere of joy, and joy naturally gathers more joy around you. You abide in peace, and peace quietly constructs your future. You dwell in abundance, and abundance recognizes and responds to its own kind within you. Allow the old identity, the one addicted to earning, proving, and fighting, to drop away entirely. Those chains no longer belong on you. Set them down for good. Now you put on the cloak of calm, grounded knowing. You wear the crown of gentle ease upon your head. You carry the quiet smile of sufficiency wherever you go. You reside in the kingdom, and the kingdom takes up radiant residence within you. And so it is sealed in word and welcomed in life. Let us keep moving forward step by intentional step. Let us begin embodying this renewed story, not separately, but shoulder to shoulder, living it out together in real time. We lift ourselves into the cadence of consecrated everyday living, entering a steady rhythm where the ordinary becomes holy through mindful practice. Truth seeks utterance not only in formal ceremonies, but in the earliest hours as light kisses your face. In the whistle of the kettle, the warmth of the shower, the sunrise stretched toward the ceiling of the sky. In the keys, your fingers press the meals your hands prepare, and the quiet pavement carrying your steps down the street. Florence Shinn affirmed, every day a divine plan unfolds through me. I do not resist, I receive. Let these words set the tone, reminding you that each day opens like a scroll of grace when you allow rather than oppose. You are not called to reserve your affirmations for rare exalted moments, nor to flee ordinary life in order to discover God. You are invited to invite the divine into your living, to inscribe the sacred line with every step you take, and to proclaim the holy word within your daily routines. Let us commence a consecrated day side by side. Let us inhabit this renewed narrative with each inhale and exhale, weaving it into the fabric of every moment. Gently close your eyes and begin to visualize the scene, now allowing your inner sight to paint it in full detail. Morning sunlight pours in with a golden glow through your window. You rise from bed without haste, unhurried, attentive, and reverent toward the day unfolding. You set your feet firmly on the floor, ground yourself in presence, and say aloud with intention, "This is a day of divine demonstration. I am aligned, guided, and supplied." You step toward the mirror, coming not to nitpick or repair, but to affirm and confirm. Gazing directly into your own eyes, you declare with intention, "I am the child of the Most High. Infinite intelligence works through me. Today, I prosper." You put on your clothes not for performance or approval, but to express a quiet, radiant, divine confidence from within. While preparing your coffee or tea, you consciously stir symbolic abundance into the cup. You bless the rising steam with deliberate intention and reverence. "Everything I touch today shall multiply in joy." Now you cross the threshold into the world, no longer armored for conflict, but gently poised in settled peace. You are not merely heading to work. You are stepping forward to walk in your deeper purpose and calling. You are not trying to earn or justify your worth. You are expressing the divine nature that already defines you. You are not living in reactivity. You are consciously co-creating outcomes with spirit. Each interaction transforms into a sacred invitation, and every conversation turns into an altar where truth is honored. You refuse gossip entirely because your words function like wands that shape reality and deserve purity. You avoid complaint since you know thoughts are seeds that germinate and grow into your lived experience. You do not give way to fretting because your faith acts as powerful fertilizer that nourishes miracles into being. When difficulty appears, you do not spiral into panic. You pause, breathe, and clearly proclaim, "This too is working for my good." Infinite spirit cannot be delayed. You lift the phone with intention and speak aloud this consecrating statement, "Every call is blessed. Every connection is divine. I speak peace. I receive clarity. I walk in favor." You take your seat at the desk, and in a grounded whisper, you affirm the creative law at work. "I now open the floodgates of creative power. What I create prospers the world." You take your meals with genuine gratitude. You carry yourself with dignified presence, and you rest inside a steady trust. As the day leans toward evening sunset, gathers you in its warm embrace, and gently closes the light. You come home not depleted by effort, but deepened in insight, presence, and quiet strength. You strike a flame to a candle and let its glow settle the room. You release a slow, complete exhale to soften the body. Placing your hand across your heart center, you speak aloud a closing affirmation of the day. "Today, I walked in truth. I saw evidence of abundance. I release the rest. I am whole." And just before sleep, you consciously bless your pillow, consecrating your rest to guidance. "Angels go before me in dreams. I receive instruction, restoration, and revelation." Beloved, understand that this is not make-believe or fanciful pretense. This is not a fabricated story. It is a lived spiritual practice. This is not verse composed only to please the ears. It is soul-level reality meant to be embodied. You are the author shaping your world. Your daily living is the unfolding scroll. Your spoken declarations supply the ink. Your sustained attention serves as the quill that inscribes it. You do not need to swap careers, relocate to new cities, or remake other people in order to live in this manner. What is required is the transformation of your inner narrative, the story you continually tell and believe. Florence wrote, "Change your thoughts and you change your world." Therefore, now is the time to author this new story completely and without holding back. Speak the following now with clarity and courage. I no longer live by fear, I live by faith. I no longer rush, I move in divine timing. I no longer doubt, I declare. Every hour is sacred. Every task is blessed. My life is a holy canvas, and when the world tempts you to forget and relapse into complaint, worry, or feverish chasing, you choose to pause deliberately. You return consciously to center, to remembrance and alignment. You take a slow, anchoring breath, the breath that rekindles remembrance, and you affirm, I am already abundant. I walk already in the field of supply, and then the field of life responds in kind, mirroring your stance. And like a garden in season, blossoms open, evidence of good unfolds, and the day itself seems to conform and bend in obedience to your decree. You are no longer waiting for arrival. You are actively practicing the state of already having arrived. You are not scanning the horizon for a sign. You embodied are the living sign. You are not someday blessed. You are blessed day by day, here and now. Therefore, live in this manner, dear soul. Live it wholly, and live it immediately in the present moment. And now, we elevate ourselves into the moment of public declaration, the point where inner conviction steps forward to be spoken aloud. You have journeyed inward through thought, and you have drawn breath saturated with Spirit's presence. Now it is necessary to let your voice carry speaking out loud, so the air itself records your intention. In every genuine transformation, there arrives a threshold. The inner presses outward, the unseen takes on speech, and silence is reverently broken by a sacred resonant sound. You have strolled through truth's garden, inhaled the atmosphere of abundance, and you have listened, felt and affirmed within, but now comes the next act to declare openly. Publicly uttered words carry distinct catalytic power that multiplies their effect. Florence Shinn said, "The invisible forces are ever working for the man who is always pulling the strings himself, though he does not know it. Owing to the vibratory power of words, whatever man voices he begins to attract. To give voice is to magnetize reality toward your declared intention. To speak aloud is to summon and call forth the form that matches your faith. To proclaim is to draw what is invisible into visibility, translating spirit into substance. This is the precise moment to claim your abundant self, no longer as an abstract idea, but as a fully voiced embodiment, not just in solitude, but before witnesses with sound and with a vibrating yes broadcast into the universe. The scriptures themselves declare with authority, thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee, and the light shall shine upon thy ways. Job 22:28. To issue a decree is to participate in creation, shaping outcomes by law. To speak audibly is to activate spiritual law, setting it into dynamic motion on your behalf. You are done waiting for permission, finished with shrinking to accommodate others, and you will no longer whisper your worth in timid tones. From this instant forward, you declare clearly and without apology. Now you speak forth the self that you already are in truth, allowing your voice to match your identity. Therefore, beloved soul, we commence the rite of public decree together. Locate your breath and steady it. Let it become your grounding metronome. Gently lift your head as a sign of dignity and readiness. Allow your heart center to widen, welcoming presence and confidence. Let your voice rise, not with uncertainty, but with the calm confirmation of what already is. Speak these words now, clear and resonant. I am the abundant self. I am aligned, anointed, appointed. I no longer ask, I announce. I no longer wish, I wield the word. Abundance is not my hope. It is my identity. I claim it now, here, openly and without delay. I walk within divine wealth. I stand no longer at the margins. I stand at the radiant center. I speak as the rightful steward of the vineyard, and I move as one whom all right things are designed to serve. Money is positioned as my servant, peace walks with me as my partner, and joy surrounds me as my natural atmosphere. I refuse to contract, I expand. I refuse to beg, I bless. I refuse to hesitate, I declare with holy confidence. Allow the echo of your voice to ring through your room, saturating your surroundings with your decree. Let the energetic wave of your claim ripple outward into the unseen ethers, touching what you cannot yet see. Sense spiritual law, align and respond as if gears are engaging in your favor. Feel heaven's applause resounding, subtle yet unmistakably supportive. This is not pretense or performance. This is remembrance, reclaiming what has always been yours. You are summoning your spirit into seamless alignment with the eternal nature that defines you. Now speak this sanctified decree aloud with reverence, and might I now stand in my true name, abundant. I now walk in my true role, creator. I now speak my true language, declaration. I now receive my true inheritance, overflow. Pause here and allow the statement to sink bone deep, settling into your nervous system. Hear the echoes return tenfold, reflecting your words back as strengthened assurance. This is not a fleeting high or emotional surge. It is a lawful spiritual claim. You have spoken the word, it has gone forth, and by divine principle, it does not come back empty. And now, beloved, you are invited to stand in this truth among fellow way-showers, to voice it where others can hear, to write it where the universe can bear witness. Make your public declaration, now I walk the abundant path. Speak it aloud, type it in bold confidence, and affirm it publicly without shrinking. Do this not to gather applause or to seek external validation. Do it because publicly owning truth drains private falsehoods of their power over you. When you hold your ground in your new name, the older names lose any remaining claim on your life. Therefore, one additional time, speak it with holy fire in your voice. I walk the abundant path. I walk the abundant path. I walk the abundant path. And with that, the declaration is sealed. It is done. You have spoken your truth into the world. You have stepped into becoming what you have declared. You have declared, and the declaration has taken root. Next, we fasten and weave this truth directly into the living fabric of your everyday routine, so it becomes embodied practice rather than passing insight. A living, breathing ritual now awaits you, something you can actually do not merely think about. Abundance is not a single flash in time. It is a sustained rhythm and cadence that you can learn to move with. It is not merely a brief spark. It is a steady fire that requires careful tending and continual attention. Since you have made your declaration, the next step is integration. Carry the flame into each day not through exhausting force, but through intentional ritual. Not via push, but through graceful flow. If a spiritual truth is never practiced, it fades into the background like a memory that slowly dissolves. Yet a truth enacted consistently becomes a living law within you, an inner climate that steadily reshapes the world around you. Florence Shinn understood this deeply. She taught that spoken power is not a single incantation, but a continual stream. The game of life is a game of boomerangs. Man's thoughts, deeds, and words return to him sooner or later with astounding accuracy. Therefore, let us intentionally establish a steady rhythm that invites good to return to you. Let us craft a daily integration pattern, 3 holy touch points designed to align you, anchor your affirmations, and inspire timely action. A consecrated morning decree, a recalibrating pause at midday, and a gentle faith-filled evening release. Each step is simple to do. Each one is sacred in purpose, and together they pull truth from the realm of ideas into lived embodiment. 1. Morning decree. I begin in divine alignment. As daylight first reappears before the world imposes its noise on you, you speak your intention to the day itself. You get up not to scroll endlessly, not to stress or stumble into activity, but to issue your declaration. You let your words lead the way before any outward action begins. You anchor yourself in alignment prior to taking even a single step. You title your day with purpose before external voices attempt to label it for you. Here is your morning statement. Speak it audibly every morning as your first sacred act of the day. This is a day of divine demonstration. I am aligned with infinite supply. Every step I take is ordered, anointed, and abundant. I expect miracles. I release resistance. I receive with joy. My word is law. My day is blessed. I walk in power. You may place a hand upon your heart to feel the resonance of your words moving through your body, or position yourself before a mirror and hold your own gaze, not to judge, but to recognize and honor who you are. Repeat the decree a second time to deepen its imprint. I walk in power. With this, you have authored the headline for your day, and everything that follows begins to flow from that established declaration. 2. Midday. Pause. I realign with peace. As midday arrives and demand swirls, you return to center, not through drama or force, but through deliberate calming breath. You do not require an hour-long retreat. A clear, intentional moment is enough. A single moment to remember what is true. A brief space in which to return to alignment. At midday, on a lunch break, in the gap between meetings, or even in a quiet restroom stall, you choose to pause. Place one hand on your belly and one upon your heart to anchor awareness in your body. And then you take a conscious, unhurried breath. Take 3 deep, measured breaths that signal safety and reset your nervous system. Then speak these aligning statements aloud or softly under your breath. All is well. All is unfolding. I am exactly where I need to be. Nothing is against me. All is for my highest good. I now release tension. I now reclaim truth. I return to the atmosphere of abundance. Treat this as your spiritual refresh button, your sacred checkpoint that brings you back to clarity. You are not trying to fix everything at once. You are recentering yourself in peace so solutions can surface naturally. You are not forcing answers. You are allowing the process to unfold under guidance. Florence said, I do not resist this situation. I put it in the hands of infinite love and wisdom. Therefore, make this your noon practice each and every day without fail. Then notice the subtle yet definite shift as peace returns and clarity follows. 3. Evening release. I lay down the day in faith. As twilight softens the sky and the first stars appear, your practice is to release and let go. You refuse to haul the day's burdens into your dream time. You decline to replay missteps or question divine order as night approaches. Instead, you yield and release the day into sacred keeping. Offer the day like a gift upon an altar. Your part is complete, and spiritual law will take care of what remains. Before sleep, create a small sanctuary light, a candle, sit in stillness, and allow calm to settle in. Then speak this closing release to seal the day with faith. Today I walked in purpose. I sowed in faith. I spoke in truth. I now release the outcome. I rest in divine timing. I trust the unseen hand. Angels go before me. Ideas rise in my sleep. My dreams are holy ground. Florence said, "Infinite intelligence knows the way, and I am divinely guided." Speak this final line once more to settle your mind and heart. I am divinely guided. Now sleep not as someone merely exhausted, but as one gently held and supported by a trustworthy universe. Sleep as the beloved, as the empowered, as the abundant one you truly are. This morning, midday, evening pattern is not a rigid code. It is a sacred rhythm that you can dance with. Adapt it to your life, adorn it with your style, speak it softly or proclaim it boldly, but above all, do not let it slip away. Because every day that you affirm truth, you actively shape reality. Each moment you realign, you create conditions for grace to operate, and every evening you release, you prepare fresh soil for tomorrow's harvest. This is the pathway by which the spoken word condenses into lived experience, how word becomes flesh. This is the method through which abundance ceases to be theory and becomes the air you breathe. This is how the holy takes up residence in the ordinary, transforming daily life into sacred practice. And now, beloved heart, we ready ourselves for the final turning of this path, the concluding arc in which everything we have practiced gathers into clarity and forward motion. A fresh blessing is already poised to meet you, and the road ahead glows with guidance lit like a path of quiet lamps. You have already voiced your declarations, and you have consistently practiced them until they began to take root within you. Now comes the moment to rise, specifically to rise in joy, letting your inner gladness become the engine of your movement. And now, beloved soul, we find ourselves standing upon the final stair of this sacred spiral, completing a cycle while preparing to begin anew at a higher octave. You have opened gates that once seemed sealed. You have rewritten your narrative at its core. You have remembered with growing certainty who you truly are beneath habit and fear. Not someone condemned to struggle, not a beggar at the door, and not a frantic chaser after good that always recedes. Rather, you are a speaker of sacred word, a rightful child of divine law, and a breathing, living expression of abundance embodied in human form. Therefore, the path before you is no longer about earning approval or accumulation. It is about embodying what has already been given. It is not a project of fixing and forcing outcomes. It is a practice of flowing with guidance and grace. It is not a lifelong hunt for missing pieces. It is about seeing again and again the constant evidence of alignment appearing in every arena of your life. What comes next is not a harsh vertical climb up some ladder. It is a gentle walk through a garden in bloom where each step reveals new flowers of fulfillment. Florence Shinn said faith is expectancy. You expect the things you speak to appear, and they do. Consequently, you now walk in a state of expectancy, free from pressure, filled with praise, trusting what you have spoken to manifest in due course. You are no longer asking, "Will good arrive?" Instead, you welcome it, bless it in advance, and make room for it the way a host prepares a table for honored guests. Let us therefore look ahead, not with strain or tightness, but with the ease and music of a song rising in the heart. Open the eyes within. Envision your future not as faraway fantasy, but as something presently unfurling petal by petal, moment by moment. See yourself crossing every threshold with a composed confidence, carrying peace that announces itself before any words are spoken. You no longer apologize for joy. You allow it to exist openly and generously. You refuse to dim your radiance to fit other people's shadows or expectations. You no longer fold yourself into smaller shapes for the sake of acceptance. You occupy your full true size without apology. You show up as the embodied presence of peace, and your words carry the resonance of sufficiency rather than scarcity. You become living evidence that true abundance is not a wage forcibly earned, but a divine quality naturally expressed. Now picture your hands at work, building businesses, shaping art, launching projects, crafting solutions where each idea flows from inspiration instead of fear's constraints. You have stopped asking the anxious question, "Will this work?" as a condition for moving. Instead, you declare with assurance, "If it came to me, it shall prosper," trusting the source that sent it to sustain it. See the numbers in your accounts flourish not as the result of grasping or panic, but as the natural fruit of sustained alignment. Money begins to flow with ease and frequency. It arrives as a byproduct of a centered spiritual state, serving you like a faithful friend rather than ruling as a master. It appears as a natural result, not as a conditional reward. You neither fear nor idolize money. You bless it, put it to good use, and allow it to circulate freely. You become a cheerful giver, motivated not by duty or guilt, but by genuine overflow that delights to share. You share with causes, friends, and strangers, seeking not to accumulate merit, but to keep love circulating through the world. You loosen your grip, release panic, and trust the infinite cycle, wherein giving and receiving remain in steady divine balance. What you allow to leave your hand returns to you increased, because circulation is law. What you bless carries a multiplier blessing, generates increase as surely as seeds yield harvests. What you plant in faith emerges later as a harvest of joy, the sowing and the reaping, bound by spiritual law. Now behold your relationships freed from scarcity dynamics and the exhausting need to prove enoughness. You stop contorting yourself to be enough because the truth of your sufficiency has settled inside you. You cease editing your essence to earn belonging. You bring your whole self to the table without trimming away pieces to fit. You accept that you are already and always loved before any performance and beyond any condition. You recognize your innate radiance as present now, not something to acquire later. You embrace that in your core identity, you are more than enough and have been all along. You walk alongside people who recognize, reflect, and celebrate this truth in you, and you do the same for them. Your community mirrors your inner reality. Your circle now magnifies the truth you live. The company you keep has become a mirror that reveals your inherent worth back to you. Your daily living turns into a song whose recurring chorus is unmistakably abundance, and praise. You dance not to reach a place you haven't attained, but because in essence, you have already arrived. You sing not to conjure joy from absence, but to express the joy that already fills you. You rest not as a prize for effort, but because rest is your birthright and a sign of trust. You realize you have already become the very thing you spent years seeking outside yourself. You recognize that you already live within the kingdom, and the kingdom lives within you simultaneously. You understand that arrival is not future tense. It is your present reality. And yet, even from this place of arrival, miracles continue to move toward you and through you. Manifestations keep multiplying often beyond what you knew to imagine. The truth continues to deepen, widening your capacity to receive and to give. This is because the journey itself is ongoing, and the flow of divine supply is truly endless without edges or depletion. As you walk farther, you will encounter people who are tired from striving, those who have forgotten their identity or grown trapped in survival stories. And your response will be to shine quietly and steadily rather than to lecture. You will not resort to preaching. Instead, you will embody the teachings so fully that your life speaks louder than words. You will not argue to persuade. You will demonstrate living proof by the way you move, give work, and rest. Your very presence will reawaken memory in them, reminding them of their own truth without pressure or force. Your peace will act like permission in their nervous systems, showing them a different rhythm is possible. Your joy will serve as a map, guiding them toward their own aligned path. In time, your life itself, quiet, steady, abundant, will stand as your enduring legacy. And thus the circle continues. What you remember in yourself, you help others remember in themselves. Therefore, as we complete this sacred spiral, we do not say goodbye. Instead, we say go forth, carry this light onward. We say walk forward in fullness, not in fragments, take up the space that is rightfully yours. We say go deeper into joy, let gladness be both compass and fuel. Let us seal this moment by speaking a final shared word together. Heart and voice aligned, I walk the abundant path. I speak the word, and it is done. I release fear. I embody peace. I express divine wealth. My life is a blessing to the world, and so it is sealed, affirmed, and accepted in the deepest place within. And this shall remain the pattern, so it shall continue unfolding this way, steadily and faithfully. From this point on, you don't need to memorize each sentence. What matters is that you continually remember your true identity and live from it. Speak as that authentic self. Let your language match who you truly are. Walk as that same self. Let your steps and posture embody your truth. Give as that self. Let your generosity flow from your real identity, not from fear or performance. Receive as that self-welcome good with the ease and dignity of who you truly are. Abundance isn't a switch to be flipped intermittently. It is a constant state you live within. It is your innate nature woven into your being at the deepest level. And now you live and walk in that nature fully without hesitation or half measures. You yourself are the atmosphere carrying abundance as the very climate around you. You are also the open channel through which supply, peace, and blessing flow into the world. You are the spoken declaration taking form, living proof of the word embodied. Allow your mere presence to bless the world. Let others benefit simply because you are there. Let enduring joy be the legacy you leave behind, what people remember and receive from you. Permit the path before you to be light and unburdened. guided by ease, clarity, and grace. And now, go forth, begin moving in this truth without delay. Go in peace, walk in praise, and move within prosperity as your steady companions, and remain forever on the abundant path, continuing in this way as your enduring way of life.